coming?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, councillors. We will open the meeting at 9:12 a.m. and thank you for your attendance. If we move into doing apologies. Attendances. Okay, so we have, I'd like to move an apology for Councillor Edwards to the 23rd of May 2022. And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Ladbrook, any?
It's not an apology, is it? You're moving a leave of absence?
Leave of absence, sorry, for till 23rd of May. So we'll move that. So the second is happy with that? Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Righto, that's 7-0. Okay, I'd also like to move a leave of absence for today's meeting for Councillor McMullen. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, that's 7-0. Okay. Now, moving on to confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting on the 27th of April 2022. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 27th of April 2022 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, that's 7-0.
Page 24. Page 24.
Okay, item 8.1, proposed sale of Newbon Street, Roma. I'd like to move, as per our standing orders 13.1, that this item be moved, this item that has been, that's a councillor motion, be deferred to the next meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm happy to second it. I was going to move to lay it on the table because I, in fact, had a question that could be answered as it comes back. I assumed that this was not going to happen today, given that the councillor's not here. But I'm not too sure if I can do that now, since you've simply just moved to defer it, which I'm going to have to ask that question in a fortnight.
Righto. So I'm happy to withdraw that. That I've moved that at the moment, so you can ask your question.
Well, I'm happy to move to lay it on the table into the next meeting on the basis that the financial costings be included for consideration.
Righto. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hancock. And any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0. Item 12.1, Yuleba stormwater damage. Drainage, I should say. Probably a bit of damage as well. Did we, to the Director and Deputy Director, is there anything you wanted to say about this, or is it pretty explanatory in the report?
Mr Mayor, this is a response from the the Yuleba Development Group, the letter of request to improve drainage in Yuleba. It was obviously prompted from all that rain we would have had in November. There was a lot of rain in November. I think it was a matter of time when they would forward another letter, so it was a timely, I guess, downpour at the time. And yes, we've had Deputy Director come out and myself and the overseer have a bit of a look around and work out what's required.
Righto. Okay. Deputy Director.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Probably the main thing I just wanted to highlight was just that work on Masson Lane. It's that bund around the town is pretty critical, and what was observed was just through grading and road use, it's starting to wear it down and essentially leaving a low point in that bund. So recommending in there that we resheet it, put a little bit of a bitumen strip over it so that you don't have your wear, you don't have your grader, and we just build resilience going forward that you don't need to communicate, don't touch that area. The bitumen seal will tell people not to touch that area. So I think it's a good engineering solution there to protect that piece going forward long term. So.
Yeah, great idea. Okay, no other questions? Does anyone wish to move, or we have a question? Councillor Hancock.
Through Mr. Mayor, Deputy Director Cam, the proposed, number 3 of the recommendation is to approve the proposed works on Masson Lane. Are we doing that before the budget, or is that part of the budget, or do we have budget to do that now?
There is sufficient budget to do. It is only a fairly minor work, that one. So it was proposed in there.
Just to do that now.
Do that as part of road maintenance and that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Righto. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 receive and note the correspondence from the Yuleba Development Group in relation to stormwater concerns around the town of Yuleba. 2, note the initial activities that officers have or plan to undertake in relation to the concerns raised in the Yuleba Development Group correspondence. 3, approve the proposed works on Masson Lane to help improve the effectiveness and resilience of the earth fund into the future. 4, be presented with a budget estimate as part of the 2022-23 budget deliberation to undertake a broader stormwater management strategy for Yuleba, including A, exploring opportunities to improve the management of stormwater at the Triangle Block on the western side of town, including conveyance to the southern side of the earth bund and or along the northern side of Stevenson Street and under the railway line if possible. B, identifying key locations where an underground stormwater network may provide improvements to the management of stormwater around town.
Okay, so do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Okay, I'll speak. Yeah, I think this is a very timely improvement. It was really good to have Deputy Director go down there, and obviously in consultation with the Director. This has been an issue for quite some time, and it was nice to find that there are some improvements that can be made. And it's great that part of the solution is to be able to make it so it sort of is noticed that it needs to stay to a certain height, and that sort of tries to minimise the water that gets into the town that the town of Yuleba has to deal with. So sometimes to move to the future, you've sort of got to see what happened in the past. So I'm very impressed with getting this back to council and working on trying to keep as much water out as we can. Does anyone else wish to speak? Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, that's 7-0. Okay, item 12.2, request for quotation, crushing, winning, stockpiling at Redford South Gravel Pit, Redford Road Upgrade Project. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 select T&W Earth Moving Proprietary Limited as recommended supplier for the request for quote, Redford Road, Gravel Production Road Reserve and Pit Crushing. Number 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into final negotiations with T&W W Earth Moving Proprietary Limited, noting the value of $259,799 excluding GST, and form a contract by way of purchase under if the final terms are acceptable.
Do we have a second?
Order, sorry, not under. Order.
I'll second that, Mayor Goldie.
Yeah, councillor Ladbrook is the seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll certainly speak to this. This is a win-win, and obviously to be able to improve safety and also recover material is fantastic, and I'm quite excited about some of the improvements that are going to happen in that area in the future, and this is just the start. So we know how vital roads are in the Maranoa and how much it affects people's businesses, and I believe this is going to be welcomed by the community once it's completed. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0.
Page 45.
Thank you. Commercial, 13.1, commercial use of local government controlled area, request to use Roma Saleyards stud stock selling area for Boer goat sale. Councillor Hancock,
Mr Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict.
please go ahead.
I'd like to declare a conflict in item 13.1, commercial use of local government controlled area, request to use Roma Saleyards stud stock selling arena for Boer goat sale. Declaring councillor as myself, person with interest is myself and my husband, Graham Hancock, and entities GL and JM Hancock and Hancock Pastoral Company, GL and JM Hancock, myself and my husband, and PR and KM Hancock, brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The entities are registered by and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It's a declarable conflict of interest. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception or bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Righto. Do we have councillor O'Neill?
I'll move that it is in the public interest that councillor Hancock participates and votes on agenda item
13.1.
13.1.
Yep.
Yes.
Because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
I'll second that.
We have a seconder, councillor Burkett. Righto. Any opposition? Then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Can I just ask a question, Mr Mayor?
Yeah.
I've been a bit slack, but I haven't done. But would this be the same as the previous one that we declared? Because it's a different year, you got to redo it? Like,
As long
Yeah,
as
well,
the
it's up. Yeah.
As long as the declaration is the same. Can we remember back then?
I can't remember.
We might have got out, see.
Honestly, I
But
can't remember.
it will also vary on what the issue is
Yeah.
that you're dealing with.
Yep.
So is there anyone else going to declare on this one?
I think it'll be.
No.
Because if they're
Yes,
not,
I am.
well, then we should,
I am.
then I don't think you should vote on it.
Yeah, through
No,
the
that's
chair, I
right.
would suggest that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I haven't
Voted
called
on,
the vote
it's
yet,
just,
but, so just getting everyone in there, you know, so they understand. So it'd just be councillor Taylor, or is there anyone else? Because then everyone else can vote on it.
Mr Mayor, can I just say I've reread the legal advice that we got, and it's very clear, I believe, from the legal clarification, we had a lot of discussion back in February, that the clarification was that you determined the matter under consideration, not the interest. And we have gone back to that legal advice many times in the last couple of months to look at whether or not we have a conflict of interest. I'm choosing today to go that I don't have a conflict of interest. I'm choosing not to actually have my colleagues make a determination because the matter under consideration, I believe, does not warrant me having a conflict of interest. I'm not sure whether that helps other people, but I've gone back to that legal advice.
Righto. So at the moment, it's councillor Taylor that's going to declare.
We need to call the vote on
Well,
councillor Hancock.
I just want to double check so
Yeah,
everyone understands.
Declare.
Right, so, okay, we'll do the vote on who agrees that councillor Hancock can stay in the room. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Okay, so that's 5, 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
5, 0. Okay, councillor Taylor, you said you were going to declare?
Yes, please. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on 13.1, commercial use of local government controlled area, request to use the Roma Saleyards and stud stock selling arena for Boer goat sale. The declaring councillors myself, Wendy Taylor, Layer Proprietary Limited, Peter and Wendy Taylor are directors of Layer Proprietary Limited, and Layer buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I would choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have someone to move something? Councillor O'Neill?
I'll move that it's in the public interest that councillor Taylor participates and votes on agenda item 13.1 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, we have a second of councillor Burkett. Any opposition? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
5-0.
Okay,
Okay, so we'll move on to this item. I've already called it. I've got a question. So what's different from this year to last year with the sale? Do we have anyone that can answer that?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll just call on the local area director, Anna Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning, through you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, our manager of Saleyards is on annual leave at the moment, so he's unable to attend the council meeting, and I'm unable to answer your questions today, so I'll have to take that one on notice.
What do you think is different though? Is something?
I just didn't know that. I sort of thought I read about a different yard or something, but if it's exactly the same as last year, that does any councillors see it any different?
I don't see it any different. I thought it was exactly the same as last year.
Through the chair, I mean, the obvious difference is obviously the dates.
The date,
Yeah.
Yeah.
New yards detached directly behind the arena. Is that just all
No,
the
just,
yards that
I
are
think
always there?
they're new as in because they're just portable and not like constructed a new yard. I'd say that
Oh, for
last
the
year they just
goats.
added yards into,
Yeah,
so that's what they'd mean, I'd say.
Yeah, righto. Fair enough. Okay, councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 grant Hendon Park Pastoral Company, the applicant 1, approval under Section 7 and 9 of Local Law Number 1, Administration 2011, Section 17 of Local Law Number 6, Operations of Saleyards 2011, Subordinate Local Law Number 1.2, Commercial Use of Local Government Controlled Areas and Road 2011, and Local Law Number 1.17, Sale or Consignment of Stock at Saleyard 2011 to use the Roma Saleyards for, is it a Boer or Boer?
Yeah.
Is it Boer?
Ball.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you said Boer before,
Yeah,
so I was confused.
Yeah.
So, for a Boer goat sale in accordance with the following conditions, A through to D, 2
Oh,
and 3.
Yep.
So I don't have to read all of that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair.
So 1, 2 and 3, is it? Like the total of all of those?
That's right.
Yep.
Agent,
Yeah.
couple of pages
sorry,
of-
excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Please go
I
ahead.
actually have another conflict I've just seen in that resolution,
Righto.
that I need to put to the room.
Righto. Please go ahead.
So Kel, it's a copy and paste of a conflict that's coming up later in the report.
Meeting.
Later in the meeting, just to help you. I I'd like to declare I've got a conflict of interest in item 13.1, commercial use of local government controlled area, request to use Roma Saleyards stud stock selling arena for Boer goat sale. The declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Hancock. I'm doing this off the top of my head, the relationship, the particulars of interest is that my son's girlfriend, Rochelle Sizer, works for MAA Roma as a property manager. So as a property manager, not in the stock. And I'm doing this off the top of my head. I have a declarable interest, and I'll have to wait for the wording.
I wouldn't worry about it, not goats though. No. You haven't sold any goats lately?
Thanks, Cal. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have any wording? Councillor O'Neill.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Hancock participates and votes on agenda item 13.1 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Then we'll go to the vote. If there's no opposition, all those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
5-0.
Oh, we haven't heard from Councillor
Councillor
Taylor.
Taylor can vote, yeah.
It's a different.
No, she won't.
Oh.
She won too.
I can't vote on that.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
so,
what did we get
because
to?
the,
We just 1, 2, 3, 4.
She was allowed back in the room to talk about the thing, so she, I don't know.
Same item or not? Is it on the item or the declaration?
yeah, it's on the, no, it's on the, so if you've got a conflict
Conflict on
on
the
that
item.
item, you have a conflict on the item.
Because we all could have different
Yeah.
conflicts on the item, as I've
That's right.
just realised.
So we've got
5-0 then.
1.
Apologise for that, Mr Mayor, I just.
No worries. Now, okay, so
Thank
where
you.
are we up
Moving
to?
a
Do
second.
we have,
I'm going to keep going if it's all right. And so I've read out 1,
Yes.
and that's, so I'm moving point 1 and with the conditions A through to D rather. 2, grant MAA Roma, including agents and auctioneer Sarah Packer, applicant 2, approval under section 7 and 9 of local law number 1, administration 2011, section 17 of local law number 6, operations of Saleyards 2011, subordinate local law number 1.2, commercial use of local government controlled areas and road 2011, and local law number 1.17, sale or consignment of stock at a Saleyard 2011 to undertake the selling of goats by auction at the Roma Saleyards in accordance with the following conditions A through to E.
Yes.
Is that, it can't be E.
Yeah, at the conclusion of the.
There's no D.
There's no D.
So that.
There's
it
no
looks like a
D.
typo, it should
Yeah.
be D.
Through to D. And 3, further that it be noted that Hendon Park Pastoral Company proposed to use Cafe 54 for catering.
Right, just needs a seconder.
righto, so do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that from all reports, and unfortunately I was away for their sale last year, but the feedback that I got that it was a success. It shows the diversification that can occur at the Saleyards. I got no feedback of any issues relating to this particular sale. As I said, I got many positive comments, and this is an opportunity for a local business to continue to diversify their ways that they sell their goats in and across the region, and I think council should get behind it and support it for another year.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0.
Through the chair, page 55.
13.2, engagement of sole supplier Surat statues. Councillor Hancock,
Happy to move this, Mr Mayor, but I just have a question.
please go ahead.
Through the chair to Director Ian. I'm wondering, so I'm happy with the recommendation. We were just going to find out whether we can add the security and the lighting in at this time, and where we talked about where we're going to get that budget from, having a look at our budget review. Does that need to be in this recommendation at this time? Can we move this and move that and then put something else in to say we're still looking at that, or?
Look, through the chair, when the report was written, we didn't have those additional quotes in writing, and our intention was to bring another report in relation to that. And certainly in relation to this particular project, we can, recommendation, we can add some wording in relation to where the 22,700 will come from. But the intention is that they'd come out of this budget and out of capital works in relation to the budget. We just didn't have all the information in the report at the time it was written. So does that make sense? So there'll be two reports.
Yeah. Should we, when would that information be available?
Through the chair?
It's through the chair. Would hope to have that information available probably by the end of this week. I just have to find out a bit more information in the insurance side of things. We do have a quote for the security measures, but I just wanted to find out a bit more information, because currently it's not on our insurance schedule, but we need to talk to our insurers, procedures to add it on, what effect it would have on our premium, etc. So that would be part of the report as well.
Sure. And where we might be able to obtain the budget from?
To do with security, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
In here,
Is
we
that
don't
right?
have anywhere that we're putting it to a work order number, Mr Mayor.
No. So the other thing is whether we, if someone's going to move it, whether we move it, and another point, that it's not installed until we have organised the security.
Would you, or
Because they might need to book the job, you know what I mean, at the supplier, so it's booked, but it's going to be subject to this other report.
And I'm really happy to do that. I just wonder whether we need a work order number to go in the report. So can I just maybe lay this on the table to later in the meeting, just so we can get, if we just get a work number, that'll cover off on our due diligence, and then we'll add that 0.3 in.
Right.
And I'd be happy to move that. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'll
councillor,
move that we lay it on the table later in the meeting.
so councillor Hancock's moved that, and we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. Okay, item 13.3, request from Australian Livestock and Property Agents Association, ALPA, and councillor Hancock,
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest.
please go ahead.
I would like to declare a conflict of interest on item 13.3, request from Australian Livestock and Property Agents Association. Declaring councillor is myself, person with interest is myself and my husband, Graham Hancock, and entities GL and JM Hancock and Hancock Pastoral Company, GL and JM, myself and my husband, PNR and KM Hancock, brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The entities are registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It's a declarable conflict of interest. And although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have anyone wanting to move something?
I'll move that if you
Councillor Ladbrook?
like. I'd like to move that council approve Australian Livestock.
no.
Oh, no, on this.
Deal with the conflict.
Oh, yeah, with Joe, yep.
Yeah.
I'd like to
so-
move that it is in the public interest that that councillor Hancock participates and votes in the agenda item 13.3. because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, so do we have a seconder?
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry,
Is there a seconder for
Yeah,
this?
I'm happy to second it, yeah.
Yep.
I'm still debating what
Okay, councillor O'Neill.
this new information, that was all.
Righto, then any opposition, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Okay, so that's 6-0, 5-0. So it'd be two councillors, 5-0, I'd imagine. 1, 2,
We
3,
didn't hear
4.
from the other one
No,
that's on the lines.
so
Yeah.
5.
I'd like to declare.
Please go ahead.
On item number 13.3, request from the Australian Livestock and Property Agents Association. The declaring councillor is myself, Wendy Taylor. The person of interest is Layer Proprietary Limited. Peter and Wendy Taylor are directors of Layer Proprietary Limited. Layer buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. I have a declarable conflict of interest, and although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have anyone with some wording? Councillor
I'll
O'Neill.
move that it's in the public interest that councillor Taylor participates and votes on agenda item 13.3 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
5-0. Okay, do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, before we go on to moving of this particular agenda item, can I once again say that I gave a lot of thought to declaring a conflict of interest, and I relied on the legal advice back from February that basically said councillors need to consider the matter under consideration and not a generic term, the interest. And so I don't believe I have a conflict of interest with regard to this agenda item.
Okay, so councillor Ladbrook, you put your hand up to move it.
Yep. I'd like to move that council approve Australian Livestock and Property Agents Association conduct the ALPA 2022 Queensland Young Auctioneers competition at the Studstock Selling Arena as part of the regular store sale on Tuesday, the 26th of July, 2022.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak to it. What a wonderful event. Obviously, they did it last year because of COVID issues, and it's fantastic that they're coming back again because of the venue. And obviously, Roma Saleyards is a leader, biggest in beef, is my opinion. And what better place to have a young auctioneers competition. So congratulations to ALPA and their delegates and so forth. And I think it's going to be bigger and better than last year because the borders are open. So what a wonderful event for all involved. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0.
Page 66.
Thank you. Item 14.1, small business friendly program. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I just have a question. Have we ever done this before?
Through the chair, it's a new initiative of the state government.
I'd just also like to ask then on page 67 where it says council will need to report on its performance, etc., etc. Are those all the things we're going to do?
Through the chair, I can defer to our Manager of Economic and Community Development.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Yes, council, look, this is a marvellous initiative, and I think council should enthusiastically pursue it. But in answer to Councillor Guthrie's question, yes, the last dot point on the draft charter, or the indicative charter, is to publish a report about our performance in relation to the charter within 6 months of signing the charter, and once every financial year thereafter. So if we sign the charter, we agree to do that. However, I would recommend that you'd view this favourably, because indeed, if we're doing things correctly for our constituents, that's probably what we should be doing. We should be monitoring our performance, adjusting to make sure we are meeting their needs. And I can't think of a better list of items to address than that's what's encapsulated in the charter. I will say this, Mr Mayor, that there are serious implications here. And if I may suggest that you'd add a third part to the recommendation, that we go away and produce a strategy which includes an action plan that will probably involve some survey work in amongst our business community to ensure that we are, I've been through the charter, we are hitting some of those hot buttons, but there's a few there that were a bit marginal, so I would recommend that we alter the recommendation to develop a charter.
Right, so do you mean, like, is it better to go and get another report to come back, or just to agree to it today with some more coming back, or what would you?
I couldn't see a problem for council to agree to joining the charter. I think it's what we should do. However, I would like to bring back a strategy as to how we're going to address it, what we see as our weaknesses and where we can improve. And there may be some implications for council budget-wise going forward and resource-wise. So I think it'd be wise to do that.
Righto.
They could come back to a briefing.
Happy to move.
Oh, well, I've already
Oh, sorry.
moved
Okay.
it, yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, I hadn't moved it, but I was going to, but we had questions. Do we have any other questions?
Kel's put a suggestion, if that helps, Mr Mayor.
Okay,
Should be
so,
A instead of and. A strategy.
I took the liberty of just making some notes about a recommendation. So develop a strategy for council to address the charter, including an action plan, and present for adoption before the end of Q1 2022-23 financial year. Now, that's a recommendation. Obviously, if you want that sooner, please advise.
and what I was going to do when I move it is just to add to that in conjunction with changes to procurement and so forth, because they're part of the micro panel and all the other things we're looking at, is it might inform that we need to.
Yeah, I see here, Mr Mayor, that there's as part of signing the charter, you agree to launching the fact that council's part of the program with the minister. So I'd endeavour to get this back to you as quickly as I possibly can.
Righto.
An action plan present for adoption before the end of Q1 FY 2022-23. Uh, 2022-23.
So, because I'm going to move it, I might put in there incorporating or being advised by changes in, well, basically to do with local procurement or small business procurement.
I'll only put in there what you're moving though.
Yeah. So put, so does that affect what you're doing if we put that in there?
No, it will include that automatically.
Yep.
The charter insists that one of the things is that that we would support small business through our procurement practices. Anyway, it's involved in the charter, so it's implied that we would do it.
Yeah. So I'll just put in there to include changes to procurement to support local small business. And that's both ways. That's from obviously through this initiative as well as the other way. Okay, I'm going to move that Council, 1, endorse the joining the small business friendly program. 2, authorise the Mayor and CEO to sign the small business friendly charter. 3, develop a strategy for council to address the charter, including an action plan for presentation and adoption before the end of Q1 FY 2022/23. 4, include changes through procurement to support local small business. Okay, do we have a second?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second it.
Righto, councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak to it. When I saw this, I thought, this is fantastic. Another set of eyes with their eyes on how council can improve what it does. I think if it's done well, you reduce waste, you bring more knowledge into your organisation, and you operate council just like people operate their own lives and businesses. So what a fantastic initiative. And it's great having another set of eyes giving us encouragement and different ways of looking at as an organisation, which can only benefit the ratepayers of the Maranoa. Councillor Ladbroke.
I think the more council can do for small business, the better. And I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
Put
And
a seconder? Do we have a?
yeah, we had a second, Councillor Guthrie. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, and I'll just sum up. I'd also just like to say that I don't do tenders for council, not interested in dealing with council in any structured way, purely because I'm interested in what's best for small business generally in the Maranoa and business in the Maranoa. So I think this will flow on and improve what happens as general performance of council, and there'll be savings for council by really making sure that we're at world's best practice how we deal with our business community, which has a multiplier effect. Every dollar you spend, it multiplies out into the community. So that's why it's good business sense to support small business. And the closer small business is to council, the more cost effective it is for council as well. Because it is not just the one-off cost, it is the long-term cost, it's the backup, it's the warranties, it's everything that part of business is. So I'm excited about this strategy influencing council through the small business friendly program. No one else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0.
Page 72.
Page 72, 4.2, Mungallala land lot on 14.2, Mungallala land lot 2 on M5449. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 invite tenders for the sale of 22 Triconnell Street, Mungallala, described as Lot 2 on M5449, to include in the tender specification a copy of the research response showing the inclusion of the land on the Environmental Management Register.
To Councillor Burkett, I'm wondering whether should we first actually consult with the community about what we're deciding to do, just in case there's other information that council need to know before we go to putting it up for tender?
Through you, Mr. Manager Tenders, that you're probably more familiar with that sort of stuff. Does that usually happen, or?
Through the chair, this land council acquired for overdue rates. I mean, if that was something council wished to do, we could go to consultation if that's what council wants us to do before bringing back a further report before going to tender.
So it's really up to the mover, but yeah, my view is we should go and let them know, and they go, no, we've got no use for it, or whatever the deal is. But sometimes you hear about it afterwards, but it's up to you. You're the mover.
So when that goes out to tender, they'll get do you think that they need more notification before that?
No, like just say, for instance, it's got some use for another block of land and they might want some space off it or whatever. We don't know, but it's not a big community to send a letter out and say we're thinking about getting rid of this. Is there any comments on it? You know, and then the tender process is a separate process that will just happen.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm happy to put that in, but
Well, I'm happy to second on that basis. So have you read it out yet, or?
yep.
Yeah.
So we just have it have your say or let it drop.
Or just a letter drop, I would say, for the. You're happy to put an extra point in?
Oh well, might as well try both
Like
mediums.
some of the locals might have an idea. Yeah, you never know, do you?
Through the chair, if you've got a sequence of steps and that would need to be before 1 and 2, is then you'd probably consider whatever that step was as step 1, then invite tenders as step 2 and step 3, or just, change the motion completely.
Yeah.
Have it as separate.
So if you're
Hasn't been
offering
seconded.
conversation, like if the mood is to do a letterbox drop, just do that.
Yep.
Say that our intention is to sell this land. What is your view? Do you have a contrary view to that? That comes back to council, that informs
Then
the
we go
next
out
step.
to tender.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's problematic. The staff have to implement what's up there, so we'll go to consultation, then what? Does that come back to council? Then we make a decision, like...
Yeah, and they also read this and think that they're not really going to listen, they're going to do it anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, so,
So what does the mover want to move, or have you?
well,
got a
we'll have to,
question, councillor?
just the first bit, if you want to do the consultation, if we do that, don't do the other bit until another report comes
Right.
back.
So do you want to read that out?
I move that consultation with the community regarding disposal of 22 Triconnell Street, Mungallala, described as Lot 2 on M5449 via a mail out to the Mungallala community.
I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Should we put something else in that explain?
Well, I guess whatever goes out, we'll have to explain it.
Yeah,
Whatever the
well,
flyer is, it should be
I'm
explained.
sure Manager Tanya'd have that all over.
Just question,
Yeah. Councillor Hancock looks like then Councillor O'Neill.
through you, Mr Mayor, Manager Tanya, if council was to do anything with this parcel of land, we'd have to do decontamination and rehabilitation work first. Is that correct?
Through the chair, council has considered over a couple of years in their budget deliberations every year undertaking some rehabilitation works to that land. The feeling I thought was that council was looking to probably test the market and see if there was any mood to maybe for someone to acquire the land as an as-is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, yeah, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Is the tank above ground?
No.
No.
Not. And how big's the tank?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I would have to check the register to see what size tank it is, but it's underground. There is still a few bowels of those
Be over
above ground.
10,000 litres.
And to properly decontaminate, the tank has to be removed. Yeah.
Yep.
Filled, yes.
And resoil.
Yeah, yeah,
turn out
yeah,
soil
yeah.
replaced.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll gather that bit.
Okay, so we've had questions. Does anyone wish to speak to it?
No.
Well, consult the community regarding disposal, that's fine, and a report and the findings be brought back to council.
Yeah, is the mover happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So should we not put in there disposal of as is? Because that gives direction to the officers what goes in the letter, because sometimes we've had consultation and it hasn't been very clear, so it's disposal as is. I'll second that. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0.
So, item 14.3, page 79.
Thank you. Item 14.3, regional sports event funding applications. Do we have a mover?
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
I just have a question first, Mr Mayor, just regarding a conflict.
Yeah, sure.
I just note, and I don't know your position, but all the Roma District Association is in here, including Mitchell Magpies. Councillor Burkett, are you still on
Yes,
any of those committees?
sorry.
Page 80, top of page 80.
Top of page, I just saw it.
So did you want to,
Sorry, no, that's my bad. Yeah, I do have a conflict.
please go ahead.
I haven't sent it through, Kel, sorry. My slackness. Thanks, Councillor Hancock. Item number 14.3, regional sports events funding applications. Declaring council as myself, the person with the interest is myself. Particulars of the interest, I'm the president of the Mitchell and District Rugby League, both juniors and seniors. So that's prescribed, is it prescribed?
Yeah.
The type of conflict is a prescribed conflict of interest, and I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
I'll have one too, Cal. Please.
So is yours prescribed or declarable? What is the conflict?
I'll leave the room.
Oh, yeah.
Item number 14.3, declaring council is Councillor Ladbroke. The person of interest is myself. Particulars of interest, I am a sponsor of the Wallumbilla Red Bulls and my sons play for the Red Bulls. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Any other conflicts? Righto, you both leave the room. Okay, so Councillor Hancock,
I'm happy to move. Mr.
please
Mayor.
go ahead.
Before I move, sorry, I'm through the chair. Officer Nat, is there anything that you need to advise us? I mean, the report's really thorough. I'm happy to move on it, but I just want to give the opportunity if there's anything you'd like to advise.
Yeah, through the chair. We've just received the media release relating to the NRL or the QRL game in Roma. So unfortunately, when the report was drafted, there were details missing as such, just because we're still those details are still coming to hand. One point of interest is the game that's been announced to be played in Roma between the North Devils and Burleigh Bears will now be broadcasted on TV as well. So this media release says, Q Plus TV, 9 Now and KO Sports. So that's pretty exciting as well. So it just adds an extra, I guess, level to it in terms of, ensuring that we can put on a successful event and showcase the Maranoa, as a...
Be held tonight.
Sunday the 24th of July.
Where?
Oh, sorry, at Cities Oval, so Arthur Beetson Oval, yes, yeah. And just to confirm, so there'll be, it'll be a whole day consisting of a number of games. It'll incorporate our local league. Then we've got representative games being Outback Queensland games, so that incorporates our Southern Outback Queensland as well as the Northern Queensland as well. And then we've got the QRL Host Plus game. So there's 3 levels, being local, representative, and then state level on that day. So it's pretty, and I think it's been a long time coming. I think there's been a lot of discussions about hosting one of these games in Roma. So it's great to see that that's finally coming to fruition.
happy to move that Council 1, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to accept and complete the Regional Sports Events Fund, Stream 1, Grant Conditions and Acceptance Form. 2, if successful for Stream 2 funding, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to accept and complete the Regional Sport Events Fund, Stream 2, Grant Conditions and Acceptance Form. 3, if unsuccessful for Stream 2 under Regional Sports Events Fund, provide in-principle support for the Rugby League Gala Day and further review the need for assistance, whether it be financial or in kind upon request.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yeah, well, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I just think this is so exciting for our region. It has been a long time coming. The economic flow onto our region for events like this is fantastic, and so thank you to Officer Nat to pulling all this together and being part of this, and congratulations to all involved. I can't wait for this successful event for our region.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I'll speak. I think it's fantastic if we can get these opportunities for people playing local sport and also being spectators watching sport. So, a couple of great propositions here, and I'll look forward to them coming to fruition. Anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
5-0.
Okay.
Get some councillors back.
Thank you, Ed. I won't be a moment. I'll just grab Danielle.
I'm going to lay it on the table.
Yeah.
Item 14.4, material change of use, dwelling house, domestic outbuilding, reference 2021/2487. I move that this lay on the table till a briefing to flush out more answers and questions that have arisen from our site visit. Do we have, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Further questions, yeah.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
All those against?
Oh, wait a second, I think, did we get a mover and a second?
No, there's only,
Procedural, yeah.
So you're just
laying
laying
it.
this on the table till the next ordinary meeting of council.
No, to a briefing.
To-
To a briefing.
You're not moving it to a briefing though, that no
No,
decisions
till
are
a-
made in a briefing,
Yeah,
so
that's-
you're moving
To the
this
next,
lay on the table to the next
Yeah, and
ordinary
it'll come
meeting
back
of
to council.
Yes.
to allow a briefing on this
Yeah.
matter to be undertaken.
otherwise they might think we're making that decision at the
No
briefing.
briefing.
No decisions can be made in
Yeah.
briefing, but,
Yeah.
and it will automatically come back. We just.
So we just save our questions
Laid on
till
the
then?
table.
Yes.
Not-
To allow-
don't have to
yep,
do it.
That's right, so this lay on the table onto the next ordinary meeting to allow a briefing to take place to address further questions. And
And Mr. Mayor, can I also mention I sent an S170A last week after our visit, and I had questions that I've posed, so I'd appreciate further information.
okay. To allow
Righto,
briefing.
so do you want that in the motion or that's going to happen anyway? You should get
It's
your.
going to. I'm hopeful it'll happen anyway, but I'm just letting everyone know I did do an S170A after our visit last Wednesday.
From the side visit, Kel. Okay, so councillor O'Neill, were you in favour of that?
Yes, I was just moving far too quickly to understand what you'd moved, so that's why I hadn't voted.
Righto, so that means 7-0 then.
Well, I haven't
No.
actually put my
Yes,
hand up
Oh,
yet.
well,
just needs to
okay,
go
we'll
to
do
vote.
it again. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
7-0. Okay, we're moving on to the late open.
Through the chair, I do have, actually, I'll just double check. I think I've got a response in relation to the work order for the earlier matter, if you wanted to address that.
Do we have some wording for that,
Yeah,
or
I
do you
do,
want?
and I'll just,
55 it'll be.
yep,
I went 44, 66 and 855.
We'll just adjourn for a minute. 13.2, engagement of sole supplier, Surat statues. Well, we had a question, I think. Councillor Guthrie, please go ahead.
My question was funds to be drawn from, and we've now got a work order from the town entrance maintenance Surat, the Waru monies. We were told last week that that would exhaust their monies. And I asked the question last week as well about what would happen, would there be a budget adjustment in the next quarter? I think that needs, the question is, have we accommodated the topping up of the Surat budget if the money's exhausted, putting these particular, the work to be undertaken? So we've got a work order to say where the money's coming from, but the problem is that exhausts that money. Do we need to also consider the topping up of the money that then gets exhausted through this resolution, through this motion?
yep. Look, through the chair, that's a very good question. Certainly what we've given you today is the ability to fund this immediately, and as suggested at the briefing, we will do a final revision of our projects that we're carrying over for 22-23 with the intention that if we can find this money in that review, that we would then go back to reimburse the maintenance account.
Yeah, and the other thing, Councillor Guthrie, is to me, it might, like we've allotted it, but doesn't mean it's going to be spent. It's really when that happens, but then they've got time to look at that budget again and as the CEO bring it back. So it can be, so it's allotted, but it doesn't mean it mightn't get spent till they're ready to supply it, you know?
Yep. So just through the chair, the ideal situation would be to fund it from capital expenditure, and we will do that review just prior to the end of the financial year. But what this resolution does is allow you to move on it immediately and start your planning and ordering and all those kind of things.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Hancock?
I'd like to move that one, council engage Studio Kite up to the value of $22,700 to complete any work required on statues at the northern and southern entrances to Surat. 2, funds be drawn from work order 13717, town entrance maintenance Surat. 3, a report be presented to council regarding the installation of security and lighting, and it be considered prior to the installation of the statues. 4, the engagement be made in accordance with S235A of the Local Government Regulation 2012, that local government resolves it is satisfied that there is only one supplier who's reasonably available.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor
Happy to second.
Councillor Ladbrook was first.
Sorry.
Councillor Taylor.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Oh, you haven't spoken yet, that's right. We only just got a seconder. So, Councillor Hancock?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. It is with disappointment that today we have to actually put funds towards replacing the statues at the Surat fisherman entrance to the Surat town because the existing ones have been damaged and stolen. The Surat community actually love those statues. They love their Surat entrance town. They have a lot of pride in them, which is important that we put them back there, but it is important that we actually do implement security and lighting measures to try and stop this happening again to the little community. Our little community is actually a safe little community, and we have very, very limited vandalism in our community. So it is disappointing that this has happened on a couple of occasions. So hopefully moving forward, we'll put the statues back where they belong, and we'll implement some security and lighting to encourage people not to steal them again. So I'm just very happy that this has come to the council table to be able to move forward quickly but disappointed that it had to come in the circumstances it came.
Okay, would anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. I'm supporting this today, and I'm very disappointed that this theft and vandalism has happened in Surat to these, as it was said, pretty iconic parts of Surat. But I'm only supporting, this is a large amount of money today, more than $20,000. The only reason I'm supporting this is because we're going to consider, and it's my understanding that we will be looking at, security measures that actually can catch the people that did this. And when they see the amount of money, $20,000, that will be the most expensive thing that a thief will do. So I'm only supporting this because on the basis that we're going to consider before they put in that we have some protection measures, because it is a large amount of money that could be used for something, and we really need to stop it happening again. So I think we need to change what we do, as this has not been the first time that something like this has been stolen. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the motion or against the motion? Does the mover wish to sum up? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. Okay, moving on to the late agenda. L1, rural and urban rental availability. Councillor Hancock,
Mr Mayor, I need to declare a conflict.
please go ahead.
I wish to declare a conflict on item L1, rural and urban rental availability, Roma. Declaring councillor was Councillor Joanne Hancock. Person with interest is Rochelle Sizer, my son's girlfriend. Particulars of interest is Rochelle is a property manager for MAA. Type of conflict is declarable conflict of interest, and the action is, although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
It's not actually for Roma, it's just rural and urban rental.
I actually was going to say that too.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, I can't until...
Anyway, but it's not a drama anyway.
Okay. Do we have anybody with wording?
You got the...
I'll move that it's in the public interest that Councillor Hancock participates and votes on agenda item L1 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Actually, Mr Mayor, before you go to vote, I don't know if I can even say it, but I'm talking about the title of the agenda item. I actually think that needs to be correct because I'm actually doing a conflict of interest against that title. And so I think it needs to be correct.
Yeah, the actual one doesn't have Roma on it, rural and urban rental availability.
And that was what the initial...
Well, mine doesn't have Roma on it either.
No, nor does mine.
No. No, but up there it does on the... Yeah. Because in the report it just says 3 agents consulted it.
It was everywhere, not just Roma.
Sorry, Tim, I'm just...
So does that mean you still have a conflict? Oh, you do have...
Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure that it's regional.
It's across the region.
Yeah, I've moved.
And I seconded.
Yeah, right, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, have it.
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
6-0. Okay, so I'd like to move that council send out letters to all of the vacant houses and rural properties.
The owners.
owners, asking if they would be interested in talking to council about leasing their vacant properties, and that it has contact details. And also in definitely stating that we were not interested in a current rental property. So, and we'll talk about that in the debate.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I notice on page 4, it actually says that properties for sale and untenanted, this information cannot be provided by the agents. How do we find that information out to know where to send the letters to?
Yep.
How do you know that they're no one's living in them?
Through the chair, I have had subsequent advice from the agents, just done some research. Whilst that information isn't publishable, I certainly can circulate that to councillors. There weren't significant numbers in that. In summary, if you're happy for me to do that, I can do that now.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, can I just suggest in what is being moved there, that it
Yes.
should be that council send out letters to owners,
Yeah.
because you're not sending the letters to the vacant houses.
No, but Councillor Guthrie, it is at the end there.
But it's rural property owners, so you're sending letters out to the vacant houses and rural properties owners. Just needs to be a little bit tighter with the language,
Yeah.
so they're owners of vacant houses, etc.,
So-
and rural property.
Well, maybe because of that, we just send it out to all the owners, but we're not interested in houses that have been rented. So that takes out all the commercial renting that's happening now. Or how else do we find them? Councillor O'Neill?
Well, I was under the impression from the discussions that we had previously when this was before council, that we would in fact write to every ratepayer of the region, which we have access to, proposing what we're suggesting in this report, and asking if they would be willing to themselves put an expression of interest on their vacant house, whether it be on rural land or vacant houses in the urban centres. Because you don't know what you don't know, and we've got some examples of properties that are in Roma that are sitting vacant. Unless we write directly to that ratepayer, right, that owns that property, they're not going to know what we're doing. So I don't think we can. We're going to narrow the field, particularly on urban, if we're just writing to the vacant landowners, because we may not actually know all the vacant landowners. But if you address it to the ratepayers of the region, that way we may capture a much wider audience, or we will capture a wider audience.
Probably be a valuable database moving forward once you correlate all that too.
Because mindful, Mayor, this report, whilst you're moving what you're moving, the report has a lot of other information for us to consider in terms of progressing this. So I just wonder, have you got appetite just to lay this on the table to later in the meeting, where we might be able to have a discussion over morning tea or lunch, where we come back with how we address and support what is the bulk of the report, while capturing what you're suggesting there? Because in the report on page 5, there's a public invitation which talks about an expression of interest would be used to invite interested parties. That's what you're talking about going out to. It's just identifying who those interested parties are, and we're going to have to go to the entire rate base to be able to capture that audience.
Yeah, I'm not in favour of calling for expression of interest, because I don't think anyone's got the time to do that, but they might be willing to say, I'm interested to talk to council, and it's very preliminary, and then if someone is, really interested, if we have to do something for the legal reasons, then we can have almost a two-stage process, because the reason they're not renting it at the moment is because it's obviously probably too much hassle. So
the wideness of expressions of interest can be this through to that. If we simply write to landowner X and say, this is what we're proposing, come back to us, they're expressing their interest in what we've proposed. It's not.
They could just speak to someone in council.
Yes.
Or give them the right connections. And I think we've got to do it across the board, so we're not discriminating against anyone. If if Joe Blogg's living next to, there's two people living side by side and we don't know, and they both got rentals, and he's talking, says, "Oh, I got this letter, and I didn't
Well,
get
not
it."
rental, if
Oh,
it's
you know what I
rented
mean.
or if they're vacant.
Vacant land,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think it's got to be all or nothing.
Well, that might be how we get to people, but my number one thing is that I'm not interested in moving something where people are renting it already, because that will be affecting the commercial sector.
Yeah.
Isn't this a data finding exercise? We're identifying the houses, or rural or urban, that have an opportunity, if they need a little lick of paint or whatever it is, we can bring them out into the market to be rented. That's
That they have vacant properties that they're not in the rental market.
Yeah.
And
Not interested.
that'll trigger the next stage, which you're talking about.
So therefore, we're just simply writing to every ratepayer, asking them, do they have a vacant house, urban or rural, that they're willing to work with council to bring that onto the rental market. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
But there are other things in here that we need to consider, like the lease agreement. How does it work? The invitation for calling expressions of interest, drawing up head leases, ongoing management. Like, the staff have gone to quite a level of detail to propose something to us.
But if we don't get anybody to come back and talk to us, it's all irrelevant, because we won't get to that next stage. So if we get the letter's out, and we ask people.
Just one step at a time.
Yeah, then
Well, that'll stall because it'll have to come back to council.
Yeah, because we want to see what the feedback is. I've read the report and I understand about the different ways we can lease the property, but the main thing is, have we got interest? Have we got people saying they want to deal with us, or is it... So I don't mind that wording that you had there, that council right to all ratepayers. Do you have the rest of it there?
Oh, I just said it. That council right to all ratepayers. Is it inviting interest in identifying vacant urban and rural houses that could ultimately end up in the rental market?
And can we put a clarification?
It's not quite that. I know, but I didn't.
Something really good.
But also, I think the clarification needs to be that council's not interested in any houses that have been rented at the moment or are in the rental pool, because we don't want to, affect.
Identify vacant
real
urban
estate
and rural
businesses.
houses that are not already rented.
Mayor, can I make
Maybe.
the suggestion that it's 10:30? Can we adjourn for morning tea, and then we'll come back with this in half an hour?
We've got externals coming.
The morning tea's there, is it?
Oh, I don't know, but we've got people.
Well, we do have visitors, so we should adjourn, so we'll adjourn and be back
Point over
in.
me.
Right, we'll keep going. Just having a look at that resolution there, that suggested one. That point 2, it does not wish to interfere. I just,
Mr. Mayor, should it be adversely affect rather than interfere?
yeah, I'd just like somewhere in there where we actually say,
Would it be 3? Right to all ratepayers, asking them, do they have a vacant house in brackets? Vacant house, urban or rural, in brackets, that is currently not rented, that are willing to work with council to bring that on the rental market. That's what you're wanting to capture, isn't it?
yeah, not recently rented, because someone, might have been 6 months ago and I go, oh, well, I'll just rent it to council.
But that is currently not rented?
It does, but it might have been, well,
Currently not listed for rent or currently rented.
Yeah, yes, that's
yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
says it number 1 too.
So it wouldn't just be for staff housing, but it could start with there. Obviously, that's the first need because it'll take pressure out of the market if we can do it. But just to,
Would you just full stop at accommodation?
yeah. And the other thing is, I think it needs to say that we're looking at leasing, rather than just bring it onto the market. It's, the big change is if they want to rent it, they'd rent it anyway. The big change is that instead of saying bring it onto the market, or how we would consider leasing to council or whatever, so they go, oh, that's different.
So through the chair, in number 1, just instead of to consider supply for rental accommodation, is that where you would put something there to consider that, explore how it could work with homeowners who have vacant properties that are not currently listed with agents, to consider either as part of head lease arrangements or consider for leasing by council?
Yeah,
Does that
So,
make sense?
yeah.
So,
So they understand that we're looking at leasing the house, which is the big difference than them having the worry of doing everything themselves, because they don't want the hassle as they would have done it.
I suppose I'm just looking at the grammar there. That could be considered for leasing by council.
But I think you've got to have both.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please, and then Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, just the changing of the wording for leasing by council. We did have discussions with this. This is a wider matter, isn't it? It's really about flushing out of people who may have available houses to be considered for rental or accessing for people wanting to rent. And we discussed this a couple of weeks ago. By putting the words for leasing by council, are we then narrowing it very, very tightly? So it's just those that are available for council, or are we seeking to have this wider? Because one of our previous resolutions was to write to residents or people who are on that we had contact details of, for example, ratepayers, to determine whether or not there were houses available that could be upgraded.
Well, this is that saying, this is the next step. And all I'm saying, the game changer in this is that it's considered for leasing by council, so that's the game changer. And it's not just encouraging them, why don't they rent their house? It's and it might go in all different directions after we do this, and it's like, wow, we got a really good response, or we got no response. Councillor O'Neill.
I was just going to say, we are narrowing it. I think Councillor Guthrie's already articulated that, but currently listed with, this is in point 1, currently listed with agents that could be considered for leasing by council and or bringing onto the rental market.
Yep, that's fine. As long as we've got council where they know, oh, well, that'd be good, I don't want the hassle. Okay, well, I'm willing to move that. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yes, I'll second it.
Can I also just mention, Mr Mayor, maybe potential leasing by council and or bringing it onto the rental market? So you're trying to flush out
Yes, that's right.
potential, future potential, and you're not saying you're guaranteed that you're going to go ahead, but you're sussing out potential opportunities.
That's a good idea.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Is the seconder? Okay. Well, I'll speak to the motion. I think this is really critical. We've got other plans that council are investigating that might, make some benefit in 12 months or longer, maybe 2 years. But this is about now, and this is probably the most. Really, what we're planning here is not to affect any markets, but really just to be able to bring more housing onto the market and working with local ratepayers and really trying to take the pressure off, because everywhere you go, you're hearing people that are living in a car or living in a tent or having situations where they just can't move to the Maranoa. So I think anything we can do in this space is really valuable. And as always, if you want to solve a problem, think locally. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill?
I'm happy to support this because it's another step in turning anecdotal comments into real data. We've all got examples that have been shared with us individually of properties that are currently in our community that are vacant. And I think if we can show some leadership here and understand what is in fact across the suite of urban and rural houses across the Maranoa, that will inform what we can do in the very short term to mitigate the pressures that we're now facing in terms of providing, and I'm talking more broadly, providing as a region houses for our workers that are either currently working in our region or intending on coming here. I think we need to do this before we see any projects that move to develop more houses. I think it would be wrong of us not to understand what is in place now. The last thing we want is a glut, which will ultimately impact on housing prices, etc., in the long term. So I think this is a step in the right direction, and as quickly as we can get the information back from the community, because at the end of the day, it's council writing to our ratepayers. We're now strongly encouraging them to come back to us to provide us with the data that we need to, form the next step. So I'm happy to support this today, and as quickly as we can get the information back, council will make decisions on the next steps.
Councillor Burkett?
Yeah, I am supporting this as well. I think it is going to be great data moving forward to go to the next stage. We've had deputations and spoke to various different oil and gas, government agencies, even daycare, sawmills, everyone's screaming out for accommodation for their employees. And if we want to grow our region to be a stronger economic place, this is one step forward to get to that, I think.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I'll sum up. I'm certainly not doing this. I do believe we need to do other things that won't cause a glut. I don't believe that's what this motion's about, but I certainly will be supporting this because I think this is the fastest way to get some quick relief if we can encourage ratepayers with empty houses that are not in the rental market to consider leasing it to council, take all the worries away, because that's relatively instant and we need it now. Okay, so on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. Item L2, draft procurement policy 2022-23 for consideration. I'd move to lay this on the table till we have a further briefing to consider questions and other opportunities that can be brought forward through questions and suggestions that can be considered before this comes back to the next meeting or a future meeting.
So would you tighten that by saying this lay on the table to a future meeting of council to allow a further briefing to consider questions and suggestions?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. L3, housing in Surat. Councillor Hancock.
I'd like to move that a report be brought back to council in time for budget consideration detailing housing solutions for Surat. and the report contain how many rental homes are available in Surat, how many houses are available for sale in Surat, how many houses for sale are empty, if we know, how many houses does council own in Surat and are they all occupied, how many vacant blocks of land does council own in Surat and their location, how many vacant blocks of land are available in Surat and their location, can we develop additional area for blocks?
Just a question. I'm in agreement, but can we,
Do you want to add in regional?
regional, yeah.
I'm happy to do that. I just thought whatever we can do and then we can go out for the region.
Because that, and the last one earlier is going to answer some
of that, but this
dramas. Yeah, but regional would be good. I'll second that on that basis.
Yeah, so can I just, can I put forward that the report be brought back for in time detailing housing solutions for the regional communities?
Say the towns.
Or say the towns, yep. So
Like,
for Surat,
like it's the major
Mitchell,
ones, isn't it? Like
Surat, Mitchell,
Wallumbilla.
Injune, Wallumbilla and Yuleba.
Mr Mayor, can I make a comment, please?
Please go ahead.
I'm not sure that we need to actually list the towns as is presented in front of me now. I think we're better off just having it as on a regional basis, because by identifying 5 towns there, Rome is not even included, for example. I think it needs to be a regional basis with attention to each of the localities. Because Mungallala's not, I mean, there's a lot of towns, Yuleba's there, Rome is not there though. So I think it's a holistic regional perspective rather than individual towns. And I'm also questioning whether or not L1, the rural and urban rental availability, whether or not this is a subset of that and that actually falls into that particular previous motion that became a resolution. Because I think that we've all admitted and we all agree there's a problem in our region. There's a wider problem across the state and across Australia about accommodation availability. But I think we're better off just getting a report back in time for budget consideration, as Councillor Hancock has suggested, as to housing solutions for our region.
Okay, so, well, yeah, not really so much a question, but anyway, Councillor Hancock, it's your motion. What do you want to move?
Mr Mayor, look, I'm happy to say regional because, you know, if we're listing out, the reason that I put Surat first because this is, I thought, well, we could go to this and then we could flush out, would that go through regional? And I was waiting to hear if other councillors wanted to include other towns, which I'm so happy to do. I'm happy for it to be regional. I think Roma is a little bit different in this, as we've spoken about before. I don't know if I don't want to debate. I want to actually include, try and make everyone happy with this. I think there's different. We've made other decisions in council to do different stuff in Roma. I was more looking at that smaller area. The big difference in this one is about the vacant land blocks. I think that's why this is different to L1. I think they'll complement each other, but I think there's different information that I'm actually requiring. So I'm going to move that a report be brought back to council in time for budget consideration detailing housing solutions for the region, for the regional towns. For the regional towns, and then we'll have to just change how many rental homes are available, full stop. How many houses are available, full stop. Just take out where it's just got Surat. How many houses?
Regional towns means Roma won't be in it as far as we understand it for what we're voting.
For this, because I think, yeah.
It's been captured in other
areas. Well, there's a report that we laid on the table early today that's going to talk about solutions for that.
And the one we just moved is also going to capture some.
Yeah.
So, if we can just, how many rental homes are available, how many houses are available for sale, how many houses for sale are empty, and I'm happy to do the smaller regional towns because that actually, it brings in Mungallala, it brings in even Jackson, it brings it, you know, we can get that information, and also the blocks that are available in those areas. Yep, I'm happy with that.
And I'm still happy to second it.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. And what about, did you want to put in there, we did have one report from Surat about pony blocks and that. Did you want to know that, or are you only interested in just housing blocks here to know that information?
For me, this is about housing and vacant blocks, and then areas that we potentially in the future could open up to housing solutions.
Right.
We've already had a report back regarding the horse blocks in town, so we've actually got that information in another report that we can pull up and have another look at another time.
But it's not for all the other towns, it's only for Surat, see? So this is regional.
Yeah, and this for me is just about
Just
where can we
housing?
put this is about the housing crisis.
Righto.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for allowing a bit of conversation, because I think this is close to every councillor's heart, and trying to work together to come up with solutions for our whole region. I said it before, the reason that I think that I want to do it just for the regional communities, the smaller regional towns, is because of their housing crisis is a bit different to Roma, and it's not one fits all. And I think with all the different reports that we're putting up and all the different information, I think at the end of the day, we have got our view is over the whole region, and Roma is certainly part of that. But it will be treated a little bit different to the other smaller towns. And with the information that comes back with this report, if it gets voted up today, even within those smaller towns, there might be different solutions within those smaller towns. It's not a one size fits all. This is different to the L1 because of the vacant blocks. I really am interested in wanting to know what vacant blocks does council own in our communities, and because maybe we can be using them to assist in this housing crisis. So I just really am very interested to get all this information back, so then we can actually sit down maybe at a briefing and have a look at and try and come up with some solutions for this problem.
Just through the chair, the only thing I would say is that you've got 3 meetings left before the end of the financial year, and you roughly 2 meeting briefings, which will be the budget. So I'm just aware that you've broadened the scope of that, and so that's probably at least probably 3 or 4 weeks away. But if you're happy with that, certainly.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against it. I believe that there's not one size fits all, and I also think that without having Roma included, we're presuming that we actually know what the report is going to say before we actually vote for it. I would have voted and supported wholeheartedly if the wording had been for the Maranoa region, and then what came from the report, we use that information to then work out what is in the best interests of both the larger town, which is Roma, as well as all of the regional towns. I think we're narrowing our focus here with like an assumption that we know what the problem is, and I think that's counterproductive to what I would like to see, which is a generalised report with all of those questions being answered, not just for the towns, the regional towns, but for the whole of the region, so that we can then use that as the basis to our discussions rather than narrowing the focus. And as our CEO has just said, if it's going to be brought back for budget consideration, we have very little time. I would not like to see the regional towns get a look in and a report back, considered in the budget, and then we turn around and go, oh, well, maybe we should have thought about Roma. I think it's being short-sighted, and I will vote against it just for that reason, because I do wholeheartedly support what Councillor, what you're trying to do there, Councillor Hancock, but I just think going to just regional towns limits what the report can be.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I do take on board what Councillor Guthrie says, but I'm hoping that the Roma situations is captured in 2 other reports. I think we've all heard the urgency with the housing, and I think this is, like I said in the last agenda item, this is another step forward to move to where we want to be to get this housing sorted out, because it is a really big problem, and yeah, I'm very happy to support.
Just a question on this motion. Would the mover and seconder be interested in having their report contain where possible, because you may not, that's a lot of work that's got to be done for the whole region. You may not get it get it done in time, whereas if they can use what available, what's available to them, you'll get a report back rather than, well, I would have much rather got what you could have got rather than it's going to take longer and you will have less time to consider it in your budget because staff have got to go away and do this. So is there any appetite to put something about, what is available rather than it having, because they might not be able to get all of that information for each town in the Maranoa. And it could make it longer before it comes back, which is obviously not your intention about getting it to be looked at for the budget.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to do that. That's actually even why, in one of them I've said, if we know, it's
Right.
it's the information that you can get. I'm assuming that through the CEO that they'll bring back what they can get. And if they can't answer something, it'll be noted in the report, this information was not available. So that would be my intention, that they would bring back the information that they actually can get.
So where possible, are you happy with that and is the second happy with that?
So where possible, that's fine.
Okay, so does anyone wish to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion because I do believe it should have Roma in this as well. It's our biggest population base. I certainly support every town. I think, as I've always, because I believe in operating locally, every community is their own community and we need to look at it individually. But I certainly won't support this because it hasn't got Roma in it, and I do believe we should be looking at that as it's our largest population base as well as our smallest population bases in our communities. Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I'll support this. As has already been shared, there's been a lot of discussion from external stakeholders coming to council and raising the housing issues that we're facing in Roma, but across the region as well. We're hearing it from our constituents as well in our smaller communities as well as Roma. There has been a lot of focus of late in terms of what we can do in Roma. In fact, by majority, council decided to purchase a block of land to the west of town, and I can only assume that assumptions were made in determining to vote for that was a way to fix the housing crisis. So, assumptions are being made when making decisions in this chamber, and that's fine. That's how individuals determine whether they support something or not. For me, I think we do need to have a look at what's happening in our smaller communities. It's a little bit easier in Roma. I mean, we've had discussions here. You can look up realestate.com and find very quickly that there's over 200 homes for sale in Roma and blocks of land. It's a little bit harder in the smaller communities, and I think if we again take a leadership position on this and support this today, our staff will go out and get that information so we can best address the concerns that our smaller communities are facing. Obviously, we've got an issue in Surat. Councillor Hancock would not have brought this to the council chamber if there was not an issue in Surat. We don't have the data that has been asked for on Surat, and I'm pleased that it's been expanded to the smaller communities outside of Surat because we need to capture that as well, because that'll inform council as to what we can do next, whether that's us as an entity or in terms of advocating to other stakeholders, including government. So I don't think it's narrowing, not including Roma. I think there's been a huge focus on Roma, and in fact, the previous report in itself will address the shortfall that we're facing here in Roma by understanding how many houses we've currently got in our community that are not tenanted. I think we'll find that there is homes in Roma that can be tenanted. So I think the issues are starting to be addressed in all of our communities, and this focus is on the smaller ones, so I wholeheartedly support the report. Now, even more so now that it's been broadened by Councillor Burkett's suggestion, and I urge all councillors to back our smaller communities because they're facing a housing issue as well.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I didn't bring this report to the table to exclude Roma.
We know that there's a housing issue in Roma because we have been making decisions at this table to help assist that over the last few weeks. Four decisions I can think off the top of my head, council is considering about dealing with the housing crisis in Roma. That discussion has been based just about Roma. The reason I brought this to the table today is because I would like to bring to the table that, as we all know, we have a housing problem across the region. We have not yet spoken at the table about the housing crisis across the region. So my initiative of bringing this today was to actually bring that to the table. We have spoken about Roma and we've made decisions on Roma to try and help them. There is a problem and we have been trying to work towards that. We have not spoken about the little towns at the table. So that's what this report was. The reason that I initially only put Surat with the pilot was because I actually acknowledge the work that can go into this and the time frame that we had. I'm really happy to extend it across the region, but I understand that that is more work for our officers to be able to get it into the time frame that we're asking so we can consider it for budget. But something is better than nothing. And so that's why I just think there is such urgency with this that we need to start somewhere and we need to actually get some data to be able to do that. So my second reason for not adding Roma in here is just the actual workload that would put on our officers to try and to encapsulate that in this data in the period of time that we've asked for it. I also note that some of the questions that are in here have already been answered. We've got those details and those facts for Roma that has come forward in previous reports for us. So some of those questions have been answered for us for Roma. We don't have that factual stuff for the other broader communities. That's the deeper stuff that I want. That's why it's not by not putting Roma in it. It is actually trying to actually bring the regional communities to the council table to be considered along with the solutions that we're considering with Roma to consider some solutions for our regional housing crisis in our smaller areas. And that's why I'd actually like the councillors to support this as a starting block to getting that information back.
So, Councillor Hancock, when you said that the council table has not considered the other towns, do you think that's accurate when we've just moved a motion and we did it last time where we broadened it, not just was originally about rural properties and then it was also in our towns in the Maranoa. So do you think that's accurate to say we haven't considered it when we've got here how many rental homes are available and so forth? So
if you ask me a question, Ms Mayor, I'm happy to answer that. That's a fair call. Yes, in the previous motion we did actually include the regional and that was important. What I will clarify that to say we haven't yet come up with a solution for the regional towns, which is actually where my heart is and my intent is to try and to get that solution to the table of the council meeting.
Okay. Well, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Taylor, yes.
All those against?
Councillor Guthrie against.
4-3, if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
Closed.
If we do any conflicts we've got,
Not that I can see anyway.
LC2, P&E Appeal 2901 of 2021. I've declared, I think, on that one before.
Yep, and there was a conflict on.
What time is that?
Late. Number 2.
This one.
He's doing it.
That one.
Is it?
Yep.
So the P&E,
It's on page 84, and that is that we can do.
oh, it is in there.
Yeah, it is.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so No, I've declared on, what was it, C7, was it?
LC2 and
Yeah, LC2,
and CC.
yeah, so LC2 and
C7.
C7. I think I've declared on those before. Depends if that's a new matter or not.
It is a new matter.
Is it? Well, I'll have
Subject heading proposed development.
But it's got history stuff in the back in page 86. I don't know if that's any relevant to it. From 2013 to 2021.
I think in your verbal indication to me was that you did, and
Do we have any other conflicts while I'm thinking about that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there's 3 before you and there's 4 after, so I don't know if that's the same thing or not.
So we'll just adjourn the meeting to get the details of this and then we'll come back. Okay, so we're back and I'd like to declare a conflict on C7, proposed development. The declaring councillor is myself, Tyson Golder. Person with interest is myself. Particulars of the interest I was submitted to the appeal to the P&E court opposing the development. Type of conflict, prescribed conflict of interest. Action, I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. And also on LC2, that matter has come before court before and I declared a conflict and left the room and I'll be doing so on the same. But because it's
Come to
on-
council, not to
sorry,
court.
not court, council. And I've declared before it, so I don't need to declare again, but I'm just letting council know that I'll be leaving the room when that's being discussed. Okay. So, will I leave before we go into closed?
We generally get to the matter and then come out of closed and deal with it then.
Right.
So I can move, we go into closed.
Okay.
I'll move that in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, a local government may resolve to close a meeting to the public to discuss confidential items and its councillors or members consider it necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 Local Government Regulation, the following table provides the matters to be discussed and overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. C1 is the application for permit to occupy lot 969 on SP 316845. C2 is historic rain shed 1216 Station Street, Roma. C3 is rates payment arrangement 150064448. C4 is state government surplus properties Maranoa region, Roma. C5 lot 2 on SP 123777. C6 award of tender 22003 Mitchell Administration Centre renovation. C7 proposed development. LC1 repeal council resolution for rate assessment 14033237. LC2 P&E appeal 2901 of 2021. That's it.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, so it's 7-0. We're enclosed. Okay, so I'm going to declare, and I have declared a conflict on
C2 and
C7
C2, isn't it? Yep.
and LC2.
Yep.
So I will leave the room on those ones.
Now we go back into close.
Yeah, in theory.
Without the chair, what's your practice in relation to confidential discussion? Would you like someone from amongst your ranks to assume the chair so that you can still have that general discussion and then take
We're
you
now
to a
in
decision?
open.
So,
Apologies.
Madam CEO,
Yeah.
I would like to move that in lieu of the Mayor and Deputy Mayor being here, that Councillor O'Neill chair the meeting for these two items.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. What have we got? 105, 106, move second.
Open.
We're just
We'll
in the process of going back in a second. We're going.
nominated. Sorry, I just want to capture. Okay, so we've
I
got
seconded.
Councillor Hancock, Councillor Burkett, and we just need to have everyone indicate we've got a nomination from the floor, Councillor O'Neill, in relation to the position of chair. Is there any other nominations?
No. And I seconded it.
Okay, so certainly Councillor Guthrie and Councillor Taylor, I've had no response. So we have one nomination for the chair, Councillor O'Neill, and we just need to take a vote on that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm happy to support that.
Yep.
So 6-0.
I agree.
Thank you. Right. Right. What's the time?
All right, councillors, we'll deal with C7 first, and so we'll need someone to move that we go back into closed.
Yeah, I move we go into closed.
Councillor Burkett moves, someone to second. Councillor Hancock seconds that we go back into closed. I'll put that
Sorry, to deal with those two matters.
to deal with L7,
To C7 and L.
sorry, C7 and LC2. I'll put that all in favour.
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
That's unanimous, so that's 6-0. Now we're So we're back into open now, and we will deal with C7, and then we'll deal with the other matter, and we'll get a motion to bring that forward in the agenda. But C7 is proposed development. Do I have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'll move that Council 1 receive and note the officer's report as presented. 2, invite the applicant to meet with council.
Is there a
Happy to second.
Councillor Taylor seconds. Does the mover wish to speak?
No.
No. Anyone against that wishes to speak? There's not. I'll put the resolution. Those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
There's no one against. That's carried 6-0. I'll now seek a mover, if there is one, to bring forward an item to be dealt with next. Is there someone willing to move? There is. Councillor Hancock.
I'll move that we deal with LC2 next on the agenda.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ladbroke. I'll put that. All in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
There's no one against. That's carried 6-0. So we're now deal with LC2. Is there a mover on this particular matter?
Should we sort of call it?
LC2 P&E Appeal 2901 of 2021. Do we have a mover? We do. Councillor Hancock.
I move that council accept option 2 as detailed in this report.
I move that Council 1 acknowledge the information detailed in this report, 2 proceed with option 2 and provide a response to the appellate prior to 13 May 2022.
Thanks, Councillor Hancock. Is there a seconder? There is. Councillor Burkett. Anyone wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Hancock. Anyone wishes to speak against? There's not. I'll put the resolution. All in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
There's no one against. That's carried 6-0. And I'll just adjourn the meeting while we get the mayor back.
I just
We'll keep going. So now, does anyone have any questions on LC1?
I don't.
I'm all good.
And this has been here before, hasn't it? So it's just a correction.
Oh, the correction's just the years. Is that right? That's the only change?
What's the correction in figures? Maybe
I'll move we go into closed.
I think.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All those in favour? Councillor Guthrie and Taylor, are you in favour
Yes.
of going into closed?
Councillor Guthrie, yes, thank you.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0. Righto, so we're back onto the confidential.
C1.
One, application for permit to occupy on lot 969 on SP 316848. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 offer no objection to the application for a permit to occupy over land described as lot 969 on SP 316845 for the purpose of grazing on the condition that the application is submitted to the Department of Resources within 12 months of the applicant receiving Council's response and that no fences or other structures are placed on the road reserve. 2, as road manager, authorise the use of the land to be dealt with under the Land Act 1994 by the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign Part C statement in relation to the application under the Land Act 1994 over state land in respect to this application.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Okay, 7-0.
Page is page 19.
C2, Historic Grain Shed, 12 to 16 Station Street, Roma. I'd like to move that Council 1 enter into a contract to acquire Lot 6 on SP 117266, 12 to 16 Station Street, Roma, for the purchase price of $190,000 plus GST. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to execute the purchase contract and other documents relating to this purchase. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I certainly do. This has been a long-running issue that has been brought up by multiple community members, how they think that we have not secured our history. This is an opportunity. If we don't do this, it will be destroyed. And so much history. I had many conversations with Peter Keegan, who has passed away, about the history of the grain shed, and to be able to acquire this, that we can look at how we are going to use it. I know I have had different different discussions as an event space, and I do believe a community group will be involved without burdening them with it. I do believe that community groups with a small amount of seed funding will be able to make sure that it's used by the community and visitors to the region. We have a building on there that, as I said, if we don't do this, it will be destroyed. And the timber in the building was just a large waste, and so much of our history has been lost, and this is something that we can keep for the future benefit of residents of the Maranoa. Okay, does someone wish to speak for them against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I'm not in favour of the motion because I just think we can't afford it. It's not only the purchasing cost of the historic grain shed, it's also the cost of doing it up. And I just don't think council is in a position to be able to afford it, especially when we have got other really high-pressured housing crisis right across our region, and I think that the money would have been better off going into that to help come up with a solution for the housing crisis.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Or Councillor Burkett?
It is a bit of money, but I'd hate to see we lose more history, especially with that sort of infrastructure, and I'd hate to see it get demolished. Mitchell had a good shed in the railway yard which was heritage listed, and it got damaged in storm and it we lost it completely. The Wallumbilla one will be utilised moving forward. I do think it'd be a shame to lose our history, that it happens far too much as it is, but it is a bit of fun, bit of money, but I'm hopefully funding and community groups like was suggested earlier. We might be able to do a lot of that in-kind assistance and with funding. It's just to secure it at the moment.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I mean, I'm torn on this one, if I'm brutally honest. I think we're missing a solid business case. In fact, we've got no business case in terms of what this might look like with, ratepayers investment, community investment. Today's the first I've heard about a event space, but I'd like to hear more about it. But we're going to make a decision, or council's going to make a decision based on that being a possibility. I would have liked to have understood the community groups that are interested in working in this space. I can't identify who that is because the feedback to date hasn't been strong that this is an investment we should make and have community take it over. So I think I understand there's time pressures because of the impending release of the ending of the lease over it. But I just think more information is required to warrant spending 190,000 plus GST. Whilst it's not the largest amount of money that council allocates for community investment, we've made larger ones today, or could make larger ones today. It still hasn't got the body of work around it for me to feel comfortable that this is where we should be allocating the money. We've got so many assets, community assets right across the region that need an injection of ratepayers' money. When I put up this compared to some of the others, our halls, we've got a master plan at Bassett Park, as we have a master plan over other showgrounds across the region as well, that there's a constant need to invest in those community assets. I just have some reservations about allocating and purchasing another one that's going to have long-term financial impost onto the community as well. I get the heritage significance. It is a nice-looking building. It's got a lot of history. The timber in it is amazing. I've been in it. If people haven't, they should go and have a look. But without a solid business case as to what we're going to turn that into, and what that will cost, I just think making this decision today is not the right one, and I won't be supporting it.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Oh.
Councillor Ladbroke?
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Burkett. We've lost enough, old buildings and all that, and I think if we try and do a business case, there's another 6 months down the track. I think we just need to grab it and go from there. And I do think I've had a bit of a look at it, and I think it'd make a good venue for a lot of things.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'll sum up. I think the important thing the community needs to know is that this is a really time-critical decision. If we don't do this, the building will be lost. There is a lot of our more senior residents know about a lot of history and ask for this to have been saved. If we don't do this, it will get knocked down. We have been working with Grain Corp about saving it, as they actually are a part of this, and to be able to do that, we need to secure the land. So this is about securing the land and then saving the building. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
All those against?
Councillor Taylor against.
Okay, so that's 4-3 carried, if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
59.
Page 59.
Yep.
C3, rate payment arrangements 15006448. Councillor O'Neill.
I move that council decline the applicant's payment arrangement as proposed. And 2, unless the full amount of outstanding rates and charges, including interest, are paid within 21 days, council will continue with the recovery action.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition?
Through the chair,
Yes.
to the mover, and I guess a question to Madam CEO. Just wondering if we need to include point 2 in the officer's recommendation in the paper to answer another question that was asked of council.
Look, through the chair, the point 2 is certainly not. It's not a difficult inclusion. It's really just advising the ratepayer that.
Point 3. Advise the ratepayer that the levy amounts charged by way of rates on petroleum leases are in accordance with council's revenue statement and the Local Government Act 2009, section 92(1).
Is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, I am.
Point 3. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak? No one wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. C4, page 69, State Government Surplus Properties, Maranoa Region, Roma. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the council note that 41 Queen Street, Roma is currently under contract for sale to a government agency.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0.
And 73.
Okay, page 73, C5, lot 2 on SP 123777. Councillor Hancock.
I move that we lay this on the table to a future meeting, future ordinary meeting.
Okay, well, we'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. C6, page 78, award of tender 22003 Mitchell Administration Centre renovation. Just checking, has all councillors had the information they need if they're going to make a decision today?
Yes, thank you.
Righto.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 select KHB Constructions Proprietary Limited as the recommended tenderer for tender 22003 Mitchell Administration Centre renovation. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into final negotiations with KHB Constructions Proprietary Limited, noting a contract sum value of $485,650 inclusive of GST, and execute the contract if the final terms are acceptable. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer and Deputy Director of Engineering Services the delegation to order variations up to the value outlined in the report, noting the nature of the works being delivered under the contract. 4, assign expenditure to 2021-22 budget allocation for the Mitchell Administration Centre renovation.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm glad this is finally coming to fruition. I know it was probably never in a planned state. It come by accident, so to speak. But I think it's going to be a benefit to, for one, it's repairing an asset, but plus also reconfiguring it to be utilised better in the day-to-day runnings of council. And I know that all the council staff will be looking forward to getting back to their old digs. So, yeah, happy to support this.
Okay, and I'll speak. I'm happy to support this. Obviously supporting local business and so forth. I do also believe the building has been vacant for, you know, quite a long time, and we need to get it sorted. So I'm certainly supporting awarding this tender and getting the administration centre open for business again. Does anyone else wish to speak? For or against? Does the move wish to sum up?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just to also support that the local, supporting the local business is a high priority for us, and I'm glad it's gone to a local contractor.
Okay, so on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0.
Six, and that's finished.
So that one's finished, I'd imagine.
Back 2.
LC1, repeal council resolution for rate assessment 140332237. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that this matter be deferred until the next ordinary meeting to meet legislative requirements in terms of appeals and amendments to resolutions.
Okay, all those in
Sorry, you need a seconder for a deferment.
Yeah.
Deferment, okay, not
I'll
like.
second it.
No, it wasn't
Righto.
procedural.
We've got a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Guthrie, yes.
Councillor Taylor, yes.
7-0. Any further business, councillors?
No.
Then we'll close the meeting at 3:17 p.m. and thank you for your attendance.